Hello and welcome back to atelier. Welcome to Creative Discourse. Welcome to St. Petersburg and the atelier that I occupied right now here in the St. Petersburg Academy of Arts, or for some of you who know this, it might be actually a Imperial Academy of Arts, but today the official name, it's a St. Petersburg Academy of Arts. It's a painting, sculpture, and architecture. So I promise you to keep you up to speed with this project that I'm working on. It's actually my diploma painting. The connection, it's really unstable, but I'm doing my best to bring you as much information as I have. I'm also trying to record this. Let me see if it's still, yeah, okay, cool. I'm just making sure that I have everything up to speed. So it's going to be recorded, and then I would like to post it also online. So yeah. I'm still preparing myself for painting. I'm a little bit all over the place, but I'm really happy to be here. Again, let's see for how long the internet connection will stay stable. It's going to be interesting even for me to see what's going to happen. Meanwhile, because the limited time that I have in order to finish this, meanwhile I was continue painting. I repaint figures. I moved them slightly. You can see that I moved this figure. It was here, the head was here. I move it a little bit there. I make it a little smaller. I turn the different direction for the head, not even different direction, the little bit of a different angle. I put down this figure. I also posted a couple pictures on our Discord channel where you can see the progress a little better. Not everything was recorded, as I mentioned, due to the fact that I am in the studio of my master from the academy, and whenever he's here, the deal is that I won't be interrupting with recording. Not everyone is it's his private space. That's all I have to say. Also, since this is a shared studio, not always I'll be able to talk, as you guys know. Sometimes it's just difficult because there's other professionals. It's a shared space. It's another professionals here, and the general idea or the rules in the studio are we're trying to be quiet and respectful to other professionals. So if you see me quiet down, it's not because I don't want to talk to you or I want to avoid a conversation. It's just because I'm respecting other artists here. So yeah, that's that. Let's just get right into it, because I don't really have that much of a talking time, and it's a working time. I'm still in pajamas, barely awake, low, but hey, awesome painting already. Thank you, DM. Good to see you here. And also, I saw. Did you read my comments on the Discord, or actually the updates? So I'm glad that you're keeping up with with this. Kind of a difficult situation even for me, but it's awesome being here. It's awesome to be able to paint, and this is a big challenge for me. So I'm kind of enjoying it in the weird way, in my own weird way. I'm enjoying it. Let me just close the door because I have some other students and people around, so I don't really bother them. Okay, it's closed. Cool. Now let me close this. All right. So I hope that you, even though you're in the pajamas, you have already your tea ready, because mine is this never-ending story with me. I have to be careful putting it here because it's really wobbly. This improvised palette that I have here, but it's all fun. It's understandable. Yeah, it's just it's what it is. And also. There's going to be a commercial break, of course, because even though the internet doesn't work, even though the connection is bad and it's lagging and it's buffering all the time, I'm pretty sure that ads are going to roll in on time as always, right? So, but we we're not bothered by this. We're using them as an advantage. Remember that this is our ads are our time for take a breather, move back and forth, look on something else, so you don't get that tunnel vision. So you're looking and staring on the one spot. This is all wet because I was painting yesterday and day before. The only time that I won't be able to paint are Sundays, because the school is closed Sunday, and there's going to be a celebrations and so on and so forth. So I might do some some digital painting if from my dormitory room, which is kind of a crazy sounding. When I was thinking yesterday, I was sitting in my dorm, and I was thinking, I'm in my late 30s and I'm sitting in the dormitory. It's crazy. It was a interesting feeling. So, but it's all for fun, right? And good times. I am looking at the painting right now, and I'm trying to evaluate, and I don't like something with the composition, and not something with the composition. I don't like how the figures interact with each other. And let me be a little bit more specific. I am okay with this area right here. This works the way that I like, but then these two figures they're kind of cut out from the environment. I don't know what's happening. I just feel like they're not in the same, not in the same. They're not part of the painting, so they're not incorporated. Has a unique experience for sure. Yeah, it is the dormitory. It's a unique, and especially when you are like really a grown man, right? I'm just gonna call myself man. I'm just overgrown child, perhaps. It's a better explanation. But I'm not used to follow certain rules. I'm not used to waiting for like you have a line for a shower in the morning, right? So if you're gonna get the shower, you guys have to wait because it's a bunch of students there. And then you have to have all your clothes and stuff because you can't just walk around with a towel through the holes. That's not how I roll. Like maybe some of you can. That's not how I roll. And also, there are things like you have other people next to you. It's just like a shared space situation. And then also, there are specific rules, like the dormitory, for instance, here it's closed at 1 a.m. and opens again at 7 p.m. So if you don't get home in that window, or you need to leave at 6 in the morning, good luck. It's not gonna fly. So these are kind of like interesting things that are happening in the dormitory. So it has really strict rules. And tough security, I have to say. There are security guards everywhere, and I think it just got like a little bit more strict because of the COVID. So right now we have like a special passes and everything, and we have to go. It's a lot of things. So anyway, let's get back to painting. So see, for some reason I'm looking at the painting, and I see right now it's. What bothers me, let me point out what bothers me, that it's separated in the sections. And when I say the sections, I mean that I have a panel, like imagine like I have a panel right here, this is a separate part. I have a group of people right here, this is a separate part. Then I have a group of people here, this is a separate part. And then I have these two guys right here. So it feels like it's there, but they're not together. Or they don't need to be together. Rather, that's how I would describe it. So you remember when I was working on that composition back home in Slovakia, in my studio, I was talking about connecting and disconnecting, connecting and disconnecting. And right now I have to connect. So, and what I mean by that, it's just that if you would forget for a second that this is a figure painting, or a painting that depicts the figures, or a historical event. I would call maybe this an allegory, perhaps. It's probably the closest I can go to describe this. And if you forget for a second that this is like these are real figures, and you think about them only as shapes, right? The abstract shapes, then this shape, it's not connected to this, to this, to this, to this. It just feel like it was cut out with the scissors, and the silhouettes are too harsh. They're working a little too much. And you remember I was talking about the lines, that in painting there are no lines, and I feel that I have lines here right now that separates the shapes instead of merging together nicely, and somewhere it's being connected and somewhere it's being disconnected. You remember I talked about Rembrandt, and I don't have my book here, and it's probably the biggest mistake I've done. Not mistake, I should have carried in my hand that book, because it's just Rembrandt is always here for me to, or used to be, to help me, and I'm missing him right now so much, that book, and his presence. So I'm thinking that there's idea in my head that when I look out from a window, I see that Hermitage Museum rather, where you can actually see a Rembrandt in life. It's in my reach. It's literally a walking distance, right? So I just have to. The only problem is that it's extremely expensive right now to go to get to a museum for a student, and not only for a student, especially for me, because I have a limited amount of resources. So I have to time it perfectly when it's going to be. I'm building up to that point that I have to go. For now, the beautiful a museum that is here in the school has to be enough, or have to be enough. So I was. This is mostly right now, and it's my. I wouldn't call it a pet peeve. It's the way how I work that I'm stuck right now with the silhouette, and nothing's going, or not even a silhouette, with shape of a composition, and nothing's gonna go forward unless I figure that out. And since I have that time limitation, it can get annoying pretty quickly, especially if they don't see any progress and just me moving things left and right. I think it's time for me to turn it upside down and see what's going to happen, because I can't really help myself to feel that something doesn't work. Maybe I should place the feet again. Try, because I moved the feet left and right. You can see that, and you can see the part where I'm really annoyed, because it's not really painted the way that. It's not painted with freedom, right? So there is a lot of freedom happening here. It's just a random brush stroke. It's that rawness of a pigment. There is a rawness of a pigment in the sky. The crest portraits are a little bit, in that kind of my way of painting. It's not the style. I wouldn't call it the style. It's the way that I prefer to look at. Or the brush application that I prefer, but then you can see like here, this area right here, this is completely like I can tell that I'm angry, not angry, that I don't know what I'm doing here, because it does not have that. It feels extremely forced. That's the word. That's the word, forced. It feels forced. That I forced some shapes there that are not necessarily helping the flow. And then what bothers me, other thing is that I have to figure something out, because I have these distances like that might be another problem with the composition. This is really frustrating for me, especially not being able to figure that out. But here's the thing: when I say frustrating, it's a part of the game. Or part of the game. It's a part of creating something from nothing. You know, it's just the flow needs to be rethink and maybe tested, and maybe I should move it left and right again. Maybe I should find a little better boundaries between them, because I kind of connecting them here, and they're creating something that is, you see, like it's going this way and then it cuts here, right? So I have this on the same side, on the same horizontal. Then I have these shoulders. It just I have to go through the checklist that I always talk about when it comes to painting. What's your deadline, by the way, if I may ask? The deadline is probably by the latest. It's going to be end of the May. That's the latest, I think. And then they're going to. Well, here's what I think. Till like somewhere in May 15, I believe, I'm going to move from this studio to large shared studio where all the students from my that are working under my master are going to be located, because they're going to go and evaluate them beforehand, right? So the committee is going to come and they're going to see the progress. They're going to give us some pointers. They're going to give us the critiques, and they're going to be harsh. And then I will have maybe 2 or 3 weeks to correct certain things. And then they're going to decide whether or not they're actually going to allow me to be on that a final exam, right? So that's the process, because they feel like if you're not good enough, they will suggest you to take a 1 year off, or to take to do a little bit of a like a temporary a break. It's usually 1 year, so you could figure it out, the problems with the painting, and you could just push it a little harder, and you can still work on it and then come back. That's actually what I did, not necessarily because I had the problems with painting, but because of a problem of the stage of the politics right now, the world politics. It's a little, it's a difficult thing. Anyway, that's not what I want to talk about. So the time, and then after that, I'm going back to the timeline. After that, I have to then, I will be assigned a number, and the number is based on their evaluation of which students are the best and which are the worst. So in old school, it always was done this way, that the best ones are, when we're doing a display in the studios, the best ones are in the middle, and as the paintings are getting worse, they're going into corners. The same principle is here. The best one, it's the first one, and then we'll display the painting first, because everybody expecting to seeing something awesome. And then also the second best is actually at the end. It's kind of a closing, if I'm not mistaken. So those are like two best positions that you can get. You either go first or you go last. So you either opening the whole ceremony or you're closing it. It's just something like I think of them as a Olympics, right? So, well, that sounds like a tough process. It is. Interestingly enough, some of the masters, they will tell you, they will tell students that you guys are the students, you guys know your qualities, you know your pluses, you know your minuses, you know your cons and pros, actually, rather, and and if you're observant, you know the cons and pros of your students. Set up the paintings from best to worst, in between each other. And when the master shows up, they want to see them lay down from the best to worst. And they let students to deal with that. And that's savage. I have to tell you, that is a savage. That's just so many hate and arguments. But here's the thing. You either do it as a group, and at the end, you have the result, and then master is going to come and they're going to shuffle them, but they want to make sure that you did it. And the deal is either you do it or no one's going to exhibit anything, and you guys are all going to fail. It's I don't want to say that it's a cutthroat thing, but it's really difficult to figure it out as a student who is the best, because everybody thinks that's the best, right? Everybody is the main character in their own movie in their head. So it can get pretty tough. I've never experienced that, luckily, because that was the older ways, but it's not that easy as it sounds to be part of this. I would call this. I always think about this academy as a Harvard when it comes to art, because it has really long history and nothing changed here. Absolutely nothing, just the people. But the ideas and practice stayed from the first time when that's why usually we refers to this as an imperial academy, because it was built by Peter the Great, the emperor, or the first ruler of a modern Russia as we know it, right? Not necessarily right now, but it's like a modern history, I would say. He's like a really important person. He actually built this city. That's why it's called the Petersburg, St. Petersburg, because he wanted to build something that is closer to Europe. So he ventured to Europe, and he created these new laws, new cities, and he wanted to build ships. He loved ocean and exploration, so he invested an enormous amount of resources into building a something like Netherlands actually had a very strong naval presence. So he no wonder this art has a high quality output from students. Their thesis pieces, all the pressure they have. I guess that's the one pro about the system, Art Academy, forgot to type Academy. Yeah, it is a different approach. I mean, here it's more like a philosophical thing, and I have a and you know that since this is a painting discourse, there is a lot of philosophy that is happening throughout the painting. I like philosophy a lot, and not necessarily like the ancient Greek and the modern and so on and so forth, but also like the philosophy behind actual physical painting, the technical narrative, as we refer to it. And when it comes to a painting here, it's really, you either push through the sweat and tears and blood and everything, or you are not strong enough, or you don't want this enough. It's actually, I have to tell you one thing, that it's really funny. When I saw, I don't know if you're familiar, some of you are, some of you are not, there is a there is a movie, it's called Backlash, about the drummer player. And I don't want to say that it's exactly as from that movie, but the pressure, of course, it's a Hollywood movie, so it's like an overblown thing. But the pressure and the demands that they have on you here, it's the highest I've ever seen. There is nothing. I mean, you can do nothing, and you can just kind of be on that kind of autopilot, and having these like a low mid grades, and just kind of a cruise through the academy. But if you want to reach the height, the part when they even other masters from different studios accept you as a painter, you have to show that you have not only a technical skill, but you are not going to break under that pressure. I don't want to compare to Navy SEALs or anything like that, because there is just not even close to it. But from point of view of a painters, it's like you know, in army you have the regular army, and then you have a Navy SEALs, or you know, like some special forces, and in painting you have the, you know, this academy, which would be, it's just crazy. And when you think about that enormous amount of really the technical art and the drills, whether it's dancers or musicians or painters, comes from here, because they really pressure you to a breaking point. I don't want to say that it's the best way to think about art, because it just it destroys a lot of your kind of actually, let me rephrase that. It destroyed a lot of my naive views about painting. And one of them was, oh, I'm an artist and I'm just going to paint. No, that's not how it works. You come here and this is a serious work. You move heavy stuff, you move paintings, you go from 8 p.m. Or from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. And that's not just me, everybody here works that way all the time. Like I said, there is a more awesome art that I saw yesterday in the trash cans than I've seen in a year not being here. You know, outside of museums. So it's really tough. It's really tough. But it has its benefits. It has its pluses and minuses, drawbacks, and you know, it's not all. It's not black and white, it's a spectrum, and it's a tough spectrum, I have to say. All right, enough about my mental state and how difficult it was to be here. And then also, you know, another thing is that you have to deal with, and especially if you are Westerner mentality, it's people work here. I don't want to say harder, but like you feel that they applied to this. You can see that they work even when they're angry, even when they don't want to be here. It's just it's a weird thing. I don't see it very often in Europe. Yeah. Let me just go do one thing real quick. I'll be right back. I feel honored that you're willing to share this journey with you. Oh, I am. That's my. Oh, you're so. I mean, it's humbling for me even, because. And I'm sorry, I'm back to camera. It's a setup that I have here. I can't really do anything with it. I want to share because I want to show you. Not the other side of the painting, but what is behind, like how far you can go to get even better. And if you think that Rembrandt or Da Vinci or Raphael, they did less, or Michelangelo, no, they went, and I have, you know, like the good old goosebumps, they're here. They went even harder. I found myself today sitting on the chair and doom scrolling, not painting, and doom scrolling. So I really don't want to waste the time. I really want to push it as hard as I can, because this is a one-time opportunity. This is something that you don't stumble upon randomly because you wake up. I want to, not only that I worked really hard to get here, I want to enjoy it right now, and I want to do a good result. So it's really humbling for me to be here as well. And the journey is part of that, and I would like to share every moment so you can see what it. Not even what you have to do, but the idea is that, oh, you think that you are painting 2 hours a day or 4 hours a day? Well, trust me, there are people, and there is hundreds of them here, that they go 8 hours a day with no problem at all. So think about how much more time they have to put into this, and how much more time we have to put to go the distance. Yeah, and that's definitely inspiring. I'm always grateful for that. I am grateful for for to be here with you guys. And this is why that share that the new technology has so much potential to share all this information instead of sharing. It doesn't matter. I don't want to talk about it. Let's focus on painting. Let me take a quick break. I'll be right back. I have to go get something. I'll be right back. Just a second. sorry. I just jump out for a second, but I needed to check something. Okay, so let me get into this. Finally, after half an hour of or hour me rambling again, what do I think? What should be the best way to continue? Maybe making more tea. And sorry for all the sound effects, but everything is here around me. I can't really do anything. This is a really small studio compared to the one that you guys are used to, and even I'm used to. I'm looking at that. There are things that I really like. There are things that I absolutely hate. And one of them would be this outside shape right here. It's not really working very well. So let me go old school with the palette knife. As you guys all know, it's palette knife time. And let me just clean it up a little bit. And when I say clean it up, I don't mean just scrape everything, but just get some of these textures under control, because I think that they are really right now hurting a painting, and I need, instead of having a soft edge undefined again here, I need something a little better, and perhaps I should incorporate it with the background, so the background and the figures are together. And perhaps it should continue here with this, so maybe this guy should get a little darker, a little bit more connected, perhaps. And let's see where this is going to get us. The only thing that I don't want them to be completely disconnected. Other thing that I was, but I'm still thinking about the painting. Another thing that I feel it's a problem is that they are a little too not underdeveloped. I think what is happening here, well, first, this is completely wrong, right? So this all needs to go. And I scraped it. Oh, I'm so happy that I scraped it yesterday, or actually, yeah, it was, 2 days ago. I scraped this thing because I would be really angry right now if there would be a, not angry, I would be disappointed if I left there texture, because it would be difficult for me to work there. Another thing that I realized is that this is under a slight angle and I'm copying it right here unsuccessfully. So the order of a business probably, not necessarily only this, but you remember I'm working, this is a painting as a whole, and I can see this works beautifully, this works beautifully, these guys are beautiful and not beautiful, they are this is all underdeveloped, but it has a kind of a vibrant quality. This has a vibrant quality, and this is kind of a gloomy, overworked almost, right? I don't know if you can see it as much as I can right here, but these guys needs to be worked on a little bit more. So as you know me, I just, some of a scraping, some of a getting rid of some textures to see what's happened. Oh, this is a thick texture right here. Okay, I see like a lot of underpainting there. Or the previous, because the head was somewhere here, this one, and I have all another head painted right here that I actually covered with paint. Scraped first, sanded a little bit, and covered with paint because I didn't like the position. So that's something that I really have to work on. But this is cool because we're getting into the territory that I love so much, and that's, searching for these underlayers and giving it that randomness. Because when you think about it, these are like everything that is underneath are some thoughts that I would like to one way or another use in the final project, right? So me see, what do we have? Is that connection? It's unstable, but it's somehow it's working. So we're good for now. Yeah, another thing is that I feel that I don't know, maybe it's even visible. Really nice. Yeah, I think it's visible that instead of him being rotated this way, he's kind of pushing that way, which annoys me tremendously. This needs to be all scraped. It's not really nice. And another thing that bothers me is that I'm mixing here. This is kind of a nice gray, and then I have green. I have a nice purplish, bluish here. I like it here, and then it's green again here. I don't think I like that, so this whole needs to be repainted. Yeah, and then I'm looking at the staff that he's holding, the pole. It's this way, and then I have, you know, the another thing, direction this way, and then it's mirroring this way, and again this way. So this, you see, like the whole thing right here, how it's exactly the same. That's no. That's a big no. I'm starting to see all the mistakes. Fortunately or unfortunately, I don't know. Fortunately that I see them, unfortunately that it took me so long. Okay, the tea, it's on its way. Today it's a beautiful white tea. Tastes really, really good. Okay, so let me set up. Yep. So it should probably, there should be a shadow around here as his hand. And this is again the same thing that I have a problem before. You remember I was talking about it has a right position, it has a wrong perspective, right? And when I say perspective right now, I mean linear perspective, that I'm looking from underneath, because he's slightly elevated that I am. They're on the top of the hill, right? And the viewer, we are sitting somewhere, this is our horizon line, right? So we're looking up towards them, or upward rather, right? So that has to be figured out. And then I feel that he's leaning, well, that might be just because it's at the angle. Let me see. No, that's okay, but he looks slightly like he's falling down, and it's because that something it's not working here. So I have to figure that out, and then I definitely have to paint his feet. So let's look at these things. That's going to be the today. And also, when I said that that's what needs to be corrected, it needs to be corrected together with the composition, right? So I'm not going to paint the hand portrait and the feet. I'm going to redesign and maybe even reposition a foot, clothes, face, hands, and everything around there, so it fits the composition. Know that it fits to him as one standing person, right? So all the adjustments that I do, and I can't stress this enough. It's because of a composition. So let me see what I have here, and I should probably post my old sketches that I used for this painting, or before painting it, because I had a bunch of small sketches that I took out. And it was before I worked digitally on compositions, because for the longest time they did not want me to do that because they were against it, and then a pandemic hit really hard, so everyone switched to digital, and right now everybody's okay with it. My master that is way over 80 years, it's always like, send me a picture on WhatsApp, and I'm like, hi, what, really? Okay, I'll do that. He's really involved in it. He was here yesterday. You know, he was giving some pointers, and we talked about. No, I didn't talk to him because I wasn't here, but I talked today with his assistant. So, and he's way over 80. So. That tells you something. Am I even online right now? I don't know. It seems like it's working. Okay, so what should I maybe I should work a little bit here to put this a little bit more how I want to. So I need a background. Background pigment. Let me do a quick just to bring the saturation up into this white. And some of my colleagues are coming in, so I'm just gonna get quiet probably for a while. Let's see if they're coming here or not. So let's see, I need a shoulder, I need a neck. All right, here. Okay, that seems better. And let me maybe get some dark values onto my brush to so his hand could be right here. And this is where the turn is going to be, and this is where his sleeve could be ending. Yeah, and maybe I should change the direction of the book. And I know this is, I have the bad experience with that, but maybe this would work. So I could go from behind up and here this way, because I want to continue with that shape, with the direction, right? So the implied line, and maybe you could even droop a little bit more here and go up and over. I think that might work. And then I was thinking that as he has that, like I don't want to say robe on him, but something that resembles robe. You see, like how am I doing this? That this line that I painted and this line are exactly the same. Like I'm going crazy with these diagonals. they're repeating each other so perfectly. Like, how am I doing that? And why am I doing it? But I was thinking that the rope is right here, and he's holding it with his hand, like this, something with the other hand, but like this. So it's just a little bit of a hand there. And that could break that. Same, the repeating lines. So maybe I could push it a little bit more this way. This is where his hand is going to be. Maybe it's even bunching a little bit. So I have a little bit more of that right there. I'm dropping things on the floor. I'm going to slightly bluer because I want a little bit more of that. Yeah, and then the sleeve could go from here, like a little lighter area right here for the sleeve, and then he could hold this with it in his hand. So let me get another. It's interesting that it's funny that I'm always looking for the brushes that I that I didn't bring with myself. It's just it's crazy. So again, nice and clean pigment, because I felt like I'm getting it too muddy. And when I say muddy, I mean like it's not harmonizing properly, and it does not have enough chroma. Because some of you know that, you guys know me, and I always complain about the word muddiness. It's not really a muddiness that's a problem. It's more about color harmony and saturation, or rather maybe a little bit more white and a little bit more yellow ochre, about chroma. So I'm just going to go straight with beautiful new mixtures, and that's the reason why we clean the palette all the time. Right now it doesn't look very pleasing. It's just a not very nice gesture that it's painted there. So let me fix that. Kind of funny. Let me fix that gesture. So this is somewhere where I would like to have his hand, like so. And I have to be careful because I think that this hand is a little too big, but it's also forward to us. But if I make this one that big, well, maybe I could. I don't know. Let me see if I push it a little higher up. Like so. Like, ooh, that's a nice. It's kind of nicely shifting the. And then getting rid of the bottom part. Привет, привет. Нет. So sorry guys, it's just a quick. That's one of my colleagues. He used to be my classmate. Also great artist. He's right now not only working here but also teaching in another school. This is a school named after Repin, and there is another a big school that is named after Surikov, another great painter. So he's also teaching their students painting. And he brought me a book with El Greco because we were talking about all these habits that they have, and I think that would be what he thought, and I agree with him that there are some beautiful representations of like that kind of a freedom with painting. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of El Greco when it comes to his compositions, but his technique and his portraits, I mean, these are beautiful portraits that he painted. Like, look at this. I mean, that long time ago, I'm even surprised that it was even accepted, you know, in a church or general public even. It almost feels like I'm looking at, let's say, this. It looks like Tintoretto, almost. Хорошо. Ага, спасибо. So that was one of the assistants of my master in the academy. So he could be holding his rope right here. That was the idea that I had in. Oh, cool. I'm going to take a shower now, though, so be right back. Or, of course, yeah, I'm going to be here. Hopefully, the internet connection is going to keep up with our painting pace, right? But then I expect you to get back to old ways of painting all day, every day. Maybe a little higher up the knuckles. So the can't stop looking at these beautiful El Greco's portraits. I'll keep my fingers crossed. Yeah, me too, me too. Hopefully everything is going to be fine. It has to be. A little cooler red. Just to show the knuckles a little bit. And the thickness of the hand. So yeah, I think that the hand could be okay there. Yep, that could work. So that could be a little bit of those. And then if this is his shoulder, it could go this way. All right, so let me get a little bit larger brush and see what's up with this. A little more, a little cooler. So that could be a shoulder right here. Like so. So I'll have a little division there between them, maybe even more. Like so. And it's not like division, it's more about showing that, because I felt like I might have a little difficulty with the anatomy. All right, so this side right here. And then I need to create a little bit more this right here to see if it's working for me or against me. It's going up, there's going to be a little of those, the bunching of the fabric there. And then right now I have to do the opening for the arm, right? So I have to figure this out a little better, because again, it's going back, like his hand is going here, his elbow is probably somewhere around this area, and then it's going towards me up, like so, right? So, and then it's just a little bit of a bunching right there. It's just a weird, strange thing. Maybe it would go even higher. Maybe it's going this way, like so, and then up right here. Maybe I could push it even higher. So that would be even more of this opening, right? Because I'm thinking about the cylinder going towards me, right? Remember that. So this is the hand when it goes flat, and this is when turning towards us, right? So I'm thinking about that cylindrical shape there. And for some reason, I don't know, maybe I could even introduce a little bit more of that. Just a touch of that red purple kind of a right here. Yeah, because I would like to have a little bit of a, more like a side to it. And since I was scraping here, I have a little bit of a, because I want to have that dark shape against the light shape, but I have to incorporate it there a little better. So maybe a little lighter, just a touch lighter, around here maybe, just to give it. And I said lighter, but I even mean a little bit more saturated. So there's a little bit of that. And right now it looks a little too much of a saturation, so let me just destroy it a little bit with the you see, like I kind of created a grayish pigment here. Because I wanted a little bit of warmer values here. Maybe even in his beard a little bit. So it's kind of incorporated into that. And that's going to be another really difficult, not difficult, something to think about actually, to get this nice randomness of a sky under control and create something a little bit more I don't even want to say coherent, but working for me, not against me, when it comes to directions and composition, right? I remember we talked about Rembrandt a lot back in my studio, and the fact that he was so good with he painted a portrait with the background, or that was as important as the background. Здесь был только Никита, да. Почему? Тебе нужно что-то потерял?
Да не, просто вдруг все ушли, уже прошли.
Ну, Никита сегодня, он сказал, что он будет, недолго, потому что у него какие-то дела, мимо академии. Да, без проблем. right, I can talk for a bit. I was really quiet because, like you said, there was a not only that there are another artists around here, but also they were preparing canvases for another project. So it was really, really noisy here. So I apologize for that. And I completely cut off the sound. Meanwhile, you know, it's not that if we don't have a sound, we cannot continue working. So meanwhile, I was quiet. I was still continue developing the painting. I was focusing on that silhouette edge and what's happening here inside. I put a lot of texture up here because I want you to feel that it's like more like a heavier, more heavy duty kind of a cloth on him, right? And I also trying to create a little bit of that kind of a gradient, that's the word. You see how I'm going from warmer to cooler and darker, and also then lighter and warmer again. So you have a little bit more of an interest from top to bottom and from left to right as well. So I have texture, I have temperature, I have value, and all works with that gradient. It's just, I don't know if it's as visible in on camera as I would like to, but it's starting to get where I want it to be. I know that right now this foot looks very funky, but I'm gonna wait till it sets a little bit, and you know me, then I'm going to scrape the texture and I'm going to paint over it again and again and again to create that kind of a feeling of not necessarily heaviness, but everything that we talked about in that previous painting that I was working on, that kind of expression of that distance that they cover. I can't really put the knee and other stuff there because that's something that wouldn't fly because of the nature of the composition, right? Having something really kind of a light go all the way up here wouldn't really work with that kind of a dark shape composition going up there towards that sky. Another thing that I am trying to focus on, and you can slowly starting to see that I have a light kind of a light diagonal through the composition going from top left corner towards like a 1/3 section on the a lower third section on the right side with the light, and then the similar thing I want to do with the dark the other way around. So there is a darker value. You can see like how it's traveling right here this way. So create that kind of a cross or X rather, as the composition should merge right here into the center of attention or focal point. So that's another thing that I'm going to be focusing on. And you can see that I'm also trying to bring, like, these are a little cooler because they're slightly more towards back, and this is a little warmer because it's going closer to us, right? Excuse me, I'm still suffering from that aftermath of the illness. But important part of this is that, or something that I'd like to talk about or point out actually, is that not only that this is warmer and cooler, right? But also this is, you can almost see the you can see the underpainting here. So it looks little more like a sketch, where this is starting to have a heavy texture, and it's just kind of pushing it even more forward, right? So remember, the more detail, the more textures, like the heavier application of the paint, and more development of details, or designing the details against that the other side, or the figures that are back in the perspective, right? Right here, which are less developed, a little bit more like just like a sketch. I added this hand right here. I kind of like it. I moved the hand from up here because it kind of felt that it's going like this, right? So I'm going to maybe push it a little lower somewhere around here, and I'll have to figure it out and and find the way how to make it a little bit more like to sit a little better. I can't really put it the same way as I had it, because it would look like he's doing this, and it's really extremely uncomfortable. So probably it's going to be something like this, more natural feel to it, rather than pushing. It's more like accepting that, yeah, we coming towards the final destination. So that's that. I'm going to probably take right now a little lunch break, because I'm kind of I kind of got hungry a little bit. I was moving a lot, and I was trying to push my brain. So just a second, I'll be right back.